Hey there, my name's Brian Krogsgaard from Post Status. If you're having a great time today, you're going to have an awesome time in the Post Status Club year-round. Go to poststatus.com/club to check out all the amazing features and resources and join our community with hundreds of other WordPress professionals. Plus, we'll send you the best insights in the ecosystem every single week, plus a lot more. All you got to do is go to poststatus.com/club to check it out. Have a good one.
Hello there. Hi there. First on the GoDaddy Pro stage in the Europe, Middle East and Africa region is Sabrina Zidane. She's a WordPress scaling fan. Sabrina is fond of performance optimization, WordPress multi-site, and swimming.
She is the founder at SpeedGuard, a WordPress plugin to keep an eye on your site speed every day. Sabrina will join us for a live Q&A session immediately after the session video. Please post your questions and your comments in the chat. Enjoy!
This year has already been long enough. 2021, that is. Let's not even get started about 2020. You've got enough to worry about with your business. Worry about one less thing this year. Your website hosting. Fused.com offers great support, performance, and uptime. Really, give them a try today.
Hello, I'm Adam from GoDaddy Pro. We're thrilled to be a global sponsor of WordFest Live. It's a 24-hour worldwide celebration bringing the entire community together for an epic virtual event. The GoDaddy Pro team will be on hand to answer your questions on topics ranging from security to content strategy to everything WordPress. Keep following us to learn more about what they have in store. Plus, we'll be spinning the wheel and giving out prizes. It all happens on Friday, January 22nd.
Hi, my name is Sabrina. I'm from Kiev, Ukraine. I swim, I like spaghetti, I drink a lot of coffee, but also I speed up WordPress websites. I do this every day. I've been doing this for the last 3 years, and during these years, I never ever had a client who hired me before they tried something to speed up their website by themselves. It always starts the same. Hey Sabrina, a while ago we noted that our website is slow. We tried this and that thing and another thing and another thing after another thing, but basically it stays the same. What are we doing wrong? I made a list of the most common recommendations that you will find if you Google something like how to speed up my website. The recommendations that don't work in most of the cases. I'd like to share those with you today, and I will show exactly why those recommendations don't work. Hopefully after this talk, you will be spending no more time, money, and effort on things that don't work. But first, let's take a quick look what is happening when the page is loading. After you enter a website address, or more likely you click the link on another website, your browser makes a request to the server where the website is hosted, asking to send the data. That server processes the request, executes PHP code of the website, gets data from database, and have the page ready for you as HTML file, which includes text, font files to display that text, CSS files to make it look nice, images, JavaScript files to empower other functionality. Except of these basic things, in order to serve content to visitor, this page needs to connect with other websites and services for purposes like animations, sliders, chatbots, messaging apps, payment gateways, newsletter subscription, videos, social sharing, analytics, and other analytics, ads, sign-on system, comments, one more analytics system, For example, your website would connect to MailChimp server, introduce itself. MailChimp would respond like, yeah, I know you, I recognize your API key, I will send you proper data to display subscription form on your website the way you want it to. And yeah, I will add your new subscribers into your account, not a random one. And so some images, CSS files, JavaScript files would be requested and loaded from MailChimp server. No. And the same way with other third-party services. The more functionality like this you have on your website, the more requests you need to make, the more data you need to load. So where this functionality and therefore these requests are stored at, everything that happens on your website comes from WordPress core, theme, and plugins. Considering there is a whole bunch of things we need to request, process, and display, it sounds like a reasonable idea that to make our website faster, we need to reduce the number of those. We'll get to our top 5 recommendations that don't work in a minute, but first, let's take a look at these 2 websites. Here is the first one. It's a popular news portal with lots of ads, pop-ups, sliders, videos, tons of analytics, and endless list of hot trending news. This all causes into 515 requests and 5 megabytes of data. And here is the second one. It's a tiny website or even business card of someone who walks dogs in the small town north from London. It has 1 large image and 3 smaller ones, a few blocks of text, a couple reviews, and that's it. No pop-ups, no ads, etc. And understandably, it has just 17 requests and weighs less than 1.5 megabytes. Let's get back to our recommendations. We'll start with number 5, 4, and 3 all together. Prevent WordPress from making additional requests, disable unused plugins, combine requests, as they all are aimed to the same thing, to reduce the number of requests and page size. So the idea is the following. If we make less requests and our page weighs less, we need less time to process those requests and then less time to load everything. So you follow this advice. You Google how to prevent WordPress core from making additional requests. You post a few lines of code into your functions PHP file or use plugin for that. And then the next recommendation to disable unused plugins. So you go to your plugins page, you look for plugins that are activated but not are actually in use. You deactivate them. Then to combine CSS and JavaScript files, almost every caching plugin has a feature for that. So you just go to the caching plugin that you use and tick the box there to combine CSS and JavaScript files into 2 separate files. But then you check the number of requests, and it has gone down. But as soon as you check the timing, you'll see that the actual time that user has to wait before interacting with your website didn't really change. It's still the same, which means your website hasn't become any faster. Conversion rate hasn't been improved, and user experience hasn't become any better. Why it didn't work? First, prevent WordPress core from making additional requests. If WordPress core was responsible for your website being slow, other websites that use WordPress would be slow as well, because we all are using the same core, right? But that's not what's happening. I made a fresh install of the latest version of WordPress. This is how it loads a mobile device, a 3G internet connection. It needs 2.9 seconds to get fully loaded on iPhone 8 with a 3G internet connection in Dallas. It makes 9 requests and page weight is only 42 kilobytes. largest contentful paint on mobile by Google PageSpeed Insights is 2.0 seconds. And this all without caching, without any optimization techniques at all, shared hosting, and free SSL certificate. Freshly installed WordPress is fast. Those requests and page weight don't come from WordPress core. They come from themes and plugins that we use to get the functionality we need. So if there are so many CSS and JavaScript files needed for all that functionality, what we can do about this? Another popular recommendation that you probably saw a lot is to combine those requests into two. So say you have 10 CSS files on your page and 10 JavaScript files on your page, and you combine them into two separate files, one for CSS, another one for JavaScript. So instead of making 10 requests, you're making just 2 requests. However, it was a useful recommendation years ago when most of servers were using HTTP 1.1 protocol, but you would have hard times finding hosting that still uses HTTP 1 protocol, as most of them use HTTP 2 nowadays. And here comes the big difference. HTTP 1 would process 10 requests one after another, so it absolutely made sense to minimize the number of those. While HTTP 2 is fully multiplexed, which means it allows multiple files and requests to be transferred at the same time, and combining files will have less of an impact on loading times. In many cases, it would even make it worse. Recommendation number 3. Disable unused plugins. This seems like a reasonable one, right? So you go to your plugins page and check out which plugins are activated and not being in use actually, so you can disable them. But the thing is, it doesn't really help. Let me explain. At a time when I was working at WP Rocket, one of the clients sent us a support request to help them to speed up their website. That site had 400 plus plugins activated, including 4 caching plugins at the same time. It was an absolute champion. I don't know if anyone has broke this record later on, but that was the most impressive one that I've seen. If you're listening to this talk at the moment, chances are that your website or your client's website is nothing like this. If you're listening to this talk, it means you are interested in keeping it nice, clean, and efficient. I would assume that you keep the core themes and plugins updated, you care about what you install, you read reviews before activating things, and avoid bloating the website at all costs. So if you go through the list of the plugins that are activated but not in use, it won't be a slider plugin, it won't be live chat plugin, or pop-up plugin, or contact form, and so on. Because if you have them activated, they are there for a good reason. Your findings would probably be something like manual backups, search replace, import-export plugins, in other words, those that are used occasionally and can be disabled effortlessly. But the thing is that those plugins don't do much either unless you interact with them. So once you disable them, not much is changed in the site's performance. So yeah, if your website is a Frankenstein like this, the idea of disabling unused plugins might be a useful one and a new one. But perhaps it's not your case. So what is your case then? Chances are your numbers close to these. Speed index, which indicates how quickly the page displays content a user can interact with, around 6 seconds. Request count 111, and page weight close to 3 megabytes. These are average numbers for the UK reported by Google. Remember those 2 websites we looked at before. Let me remind you the numbers. News website has 515 requests and 4 megabytes, and page weight is 4 megabytes. And DocWalker's website has 17 requests and it weighs 1.3 megabytes. So let's take a look how they both are loading from the same testing server, same device and same internet connection. This is how a news website with 500 requests is loaded. And now here is a tiny website with 17 requests. User has to stare at a blank screen before anything starts happening for quite a while. Largest contentful paint on the news website is 2.6 seconds, while largest contentful paint on dog walker's site is 7.8 seconds. Largest contentful paint is the main content that you see when you just load the website on the first viewport. So, despite of being quite lightweight, this super simple, super light website makes their users to wait almost for 8 seconds before they can see at least anything on the screen. As you can see, it's neither the size of the page nor the number of requests that makes a web page fast or slow. Let's see how those requests are executed and how that data is delivered. You probably know what is this. It's called waterfall. It illustrates everything that is happening on the page. You won't be able to see details here, but you can see the general picture though. First screenshot is a tiny website's waterfall. And we have all those 17 requests displayed here. Look at this large blank area. Nothing is happening for a long time, and then some requests get processed. It takes 11 seconds before user can interact with this lightweight, super simple website. Second screenshot is just a part of news website loading process. It has 500 requests, right? But only 12 of them get executed before the content is displayed to user, so they can interact with that. And this happens in just 2 seconds. So while user is already enjoying the website's content, the rest of the content is loaded in the background. Nice, isn't it? The next recommendation we see a lot, number 2 in our list, enable CDN. First, how content delivery network works. Say your web host has a server in London. Without CDN, when user requests your website, it gets it delivered from London. With CDN, when user requests your website, it gets it delivered from one of the CDN servers across the globe. Now, which way is faster? Let's see. It highly depends on how fast your web host's servers are, how fast CDN's servers are, where CDN's servers are located, and how CDN decides which server to use to serve your website when the request comes in. But even these are not those questions that are mostly important. The most important question is where your audience is. Take a look at this website. It's SaaS startup Reply.io. It's a sales engagement platform that automates personal email outreach, calls, and tasks. If you check the location of their users, you will see that the majority is coming from the US, with another big chunk of users coming from the UK. As you can imagine, both locations are important for their business, and they want their website to be loading fast on both sides of the pond. It makes sense for them to use CDN to serve it equally fast everywhere. Now, if you run the same check on Franco Manca's website, pizza chain with delicious pizza, good wine, and incredibly long queue to be seated, you'll find out that 93% of their visitors come from the UK. And there is no wonder, actually, it's UK chain, right? So they don't care how fast their website is in Australia. They want their website to be as fast as possible for visitors from the UK. They would benefit the most if they won't be using CDN. But instead, if they make sure that they have a fast server located in the UK, the closer to London, the better, as more than half of their restaurants are located in London. If website audience is not spread all over the world, but comes from a certain area, chances are that CDN won't make user experience better. Most likely, it would make it worse. I wrote a detailed article about it for Cloudways blog. feel free to check it out. And the last one, but not the least, and my personal favorite one, change your web host or upgrade your hosting plan. A few years ago, one development company contacted me. They just finished development of a brand new website for their client. It looked beautifully, it functioned as it was expected to, but it turned out to be tremendously slow. They just couldn't hand it to client that way. So they implemented some caching, they did some basic performance optimization things. It didn't work. They contacted their hosting provider, a good one by the way, and asked them what can be done about that. They were recommended to upgrade their hosting plan, and they did that. And it really mitigated issue a little bit. But just in 2 weeks, it became as slow as it was. Front end was still slow, back end was hardly usable because if more than 2 people would log in at the same time, just nothing worked. So they hired me and told me the whole story. And I was really surprised at that time that their hosting provider support would recommend them to upgrade their plan instead of doing just that one thing that would really help them to fix the problem, to profile their code, to find the issue, fix it, and live happily. But that's an ideal world, right? As I learned later, it's like a common response. If you ask your web host what can be done about your site speed, they would recommend you to upgrade your hosting plan. Though it doesn't seem nice from their side, I'm convinced that it's our responsibility as developers not to be fooled like that. If your newly created website that doesn't have any traffic yet or is hosted on staging loads slowly, clearly the issue is with your code, not with resources on your server. Upgrading hosting plan or moving to another host with more resources, for example, might mitigate the issues you have in your code, but it would never fix them. So you'll just find out quite soon it's slow again. A quick note. Obviously, there are some hosts that are much slower than others, but if your site's code is fine, you won't be experiencing any issues until you get some decent traffic on your website. So these were top 5 recommendations how to speed up your website that don't work. First, prevent WordPress core from making additional requests. You saw that new, freshly installed WordPress is super fast, it's super lightweight. Even without any caching, any optimization techniques, on shared hosting with free SSL certificate, it loads fast. It's us who make WordPress slow when we install theme, plugins, we add additional functionality that obviously we need to have on our websites. But the WordPress core itself, it's super light and super fast. Another one, the 4th one, disable unused plugins. Yeah, great advice, unless you don't have anything to disable. The 3rd one, combine requests. Great advice as well. Was 5 years ago with servers that were using HTTP 1.1 protocol. But now your website is probably hosted on the server that uses HTTP 2 protocol. And this recommendation makes no sense at all. Another one, enable CDN, which might work for some websites that have clients all over the world and visitors are coming from all over the world. But for local websites, or even for websites that have visitors coming from the specific area, this would make their website slower, not faster. And the last one, change or upgrade web host. You should, especially if it's a new website or if it's not new but you don't have like really nice amount of traffic on your website, your web host is the last thing you should suspect. First, profile your code, make sure nothing goes wrong there, and this is not the case in most of the time. And then look at your host's resources stats, make sure they consumed already, and then maybe think about upgrading your hosting plan or moving to another host. So, are those recommendations are bad? Let's have a little break. Here are two guys in Tampa, Florida, trying to break into a safe in Taco Bell restaurant. They brought some tools, they make some noises, they flash some lights, but still no luck.
To break it wide open, and when that doesn't work, they bust out a tool hoping to bust in the safe. A portable circular saw with sparks
But
flying everywhere.
did you know that you can open that kind of digital safe using just a hammer, a beer can, your hand, or even potato? Yeah, you can do that. In case you understand how a digital safe works, and in case you know what you are doing. And no, those recommendations are not bad. It's just that they are not suitable for each and every case, for most cases, actually. So, how do you find out what is suitable for your website? What will help your website to run faster? As you probably already understood, the only way to really see what's going on there is to look into Waterfall. It shouldn't be a guessing game. Everything is in there, in Waterfall. Also, here are a few tips that would help you to understand your website speed better. If you're a developer, they would help you to learn. And in case you are not a developer, they will help you to hire someone to do the work for you without getting fooled. So here are a few tips. The first one is to use right tools for specific purposes. I use PageSpeed Insights for quick checks. I use Lighthouse and Chrome Devs tools for analysis. I use WebPageTest.org for real user experience testing because it lets you to choose between different testing server locations. It lets you to choose different connection types and devices and everything. So if you need to choose like real user experience, this is WebPageTest.org. Then, no matter which tool you use, forget about scores at all. Site speed is measured in something very specific, in milliseconds. When you test site speed, always look at largest contentful paint or other metric that displays user experience. For example, speed index or time to interactive. The next one, test important pages of your website, not a homepage. I mean, homepage is obviously important, but you have other important pages on your website. For example, if it's a WooCommerce store, you would like to test single product page. You want to test your landing page. You want to test your checkout page and others. Not if you're testing homepage only, you can't see the entire picture of your website. Test all important pages on your website. And the last one, keep an eye on it. Your website is not stale, it's alive. You changed something. Your hosting provider changed something. You installed some new plugin. Some of the plugins that you had before was updated. It changes all the time, so you need to monitor your site speed constantly to see the changes. Here is the tool that I use for automatic everyday monitoring. It's called SpeedGuard. It's a WordPress plugin. You can have as many pages of your website monitored every day as you need. Those can be pages of different types: posts, pages, WooCommerce products, events, any other custom post types, and also terms, taxonomies, and category archives. It uses PageSpeed Insights API to run tests, and it measures largest contentful paint. It calculates the average across your entire website and notifies you in case it needs your attention. That's all for free. I was looking for a plugin like this and I couldn't find one, so I built this one. You're very welcome to try it out, and please feel free to reach out and let me know if it made your life a little bit easier as it did for me. Thanks for listening. You can get in touch with me via my Twitter, my website, or email. My name is Sabrina Zidan. This was 5 popular recommendations to speed up your website that don't work. If you have any questions, feel free to reach out. I hope to see you in a chat in a couple of minutes. Bye!
Hey there, my name's Brian Krogsgaard from Post Status. If you're having a great time today, you're going to have an awesome time in the Post Status Club year-round. Go to poststatus.com/club to check out all the amazing features and resources and join our community with hundreds of other WordPress professionals. Plus, we'll send you the best insights in the ecosystem every single week, plus a lot more. All you got to do is go to poststatus.com/club to check it out. Have a good one. Have a good one.
And we're back. Hello, Sabrina.
Back.
Hi, Wendy.
Hi,
Hello,
Sabrina. What a good talk. Thank you.
Yeah,
thank you.
That was
Thank
a nice
you.
but there
Thank
were-
you for all the introduction.
Yeah, lots of nice comments coming through. Some of them in the form of questions, others just sort of saying nice things, especially about the plugin at the end and how they're going to try that out. Can I just ask a couple of questions that I thought of as the course of the video was going along? Would that be all right? And then move to the chat questions, if that's
Sure.
okay. The first one was, it struck me that for somebody new to WordPress, there's enough going on just getting a website created. There's a lot to learn. So there's the SEO bit, there's the learning how to create archives and taxonomies and all of this. And then we throw in another thing, which is obviously speed, which is crucial. And I was just kind of wondering what your thoughts were on how easy some of this is. In other words, would you say to somebody right at the outset of their WordPress journey, just disregard this page speed thing for a bit and come to it later? Or is this, you think, something that should be right at the front of mind when you're building any website?
I think user experience should be the starting point for someone who is building a website. Either they're new or they're like professionals. But yeah, probably if someone is just starting their journey in building WordPress websites, I would advise them to use some ready-to-go tools instead of trying to do everything by themselves, right? Just like you mentioned, like making taxonomies, pages, archives, and stuff. Probably I would recommend to use some builder or Gutenberg or something to put that worries a bit aside.
Yeah, just at the beginning. Yeah, perhaps. Another thing which occurred to me is we're constantly hearing about how important page speed is, not just for the user. A great demonstration in that video of those two websites, which you built it up and you really did think the news website was going to fail dramatically because of every statistic that you presented. And then you kind of realize, oh, actually, that's not the case. It did considerably better painting things initially. Mm-hmm. And my query is, do we have any detail about how Google, in this case, how Google really does treat this? Is it a metric which we know is super significant? Is it, for example, something to run alongside SEO? Does it really matter to Google? What's the latest advice about search engines and speed?
The main advice here is not to look at the scores that Google Page Speed Insights gives you, but to look at the numbers that you have a bit below, the numbers in milliseconds, core web vitals that kind of measure user experience. For example, largest contentful paint that I mentioned, right? When you see the main content on the page, that's the numbers you should be looking at. But like the precise algorithm that Google is using to measure all the things. It's a secret, right? But what we can do, we can just improve the things we know that make impact and make user experience better, because whatever Google is measuring, they are measuring user experience. If users are happy, Google will know it.
Mm. Yeah.
I think that's a very important point. I get a lot of questions about page speed, and especially about page speed for search engines.
Mm.
And I always remind people that search engines just help people find stuff.
Mm-hmm.
So good point. Thank you.
Again, a question that occurred to me. You've obviously made this into a real critical part of your work. This is your job, in effect, is to go out and assist people. So, you know, we have SEO experts, we have people who are UI experts, we have people who are good at, you know, writing plugins and so on. You seem to tick 2 of those boxes, but that's something else. Is this a career? Is there a career path in speeding up sites? In other words, if I decided that I wanted to fully focus my attention just on site speed, have you found this an easy thing to get work inside of, or has it been a tough journey getting work and becoming known as somebody that can achieve this?
I think the easiest thing to do is the one that you're interested in. You never get bored. You never get like overwhelmed with stuff. If you're interested in some area, it's easy to learn more. It's easy to move forward. So that's just what happened to me. I never choose it like rationally, like sitting and thinking, oh, okay, everyone is obsessed with site speed. Let me work a little bit there. No, it wasn't like that. I just had that experience with huge WordPress multi-site network that had a part of multi-site. It had speed problems, and the server was crashing all the time. The database was dying, and I kind of was forced to find out what's going on there. And it turned out to be so interesting that I just stick to it, and that's it.
That's a good answer. So yeah, do something that you love. Should we take some questions that were posted during the course of the chat? We had one from Alberto, which is on the screen. It says, "Hi Sabrina, would you recommend turning on compression settings in the WP config file?"
Yeah, we have a few WordPress constants to turn on compression, like programmatically, straight from your WP config file, instead of using plugins for that, like any caching plugins or plugins that do this for you. Yeah, you can do that. Just make sure that there are a few of them. They're actually to compress CSS and JavaScript files, for example. Yeah, do that. But there is another one to concatenate, to combine CSS requests, for example. That's the one that I was referring before. Make sure it doesn't slow down your website before keeping that setting. So you might want to turn it on, test it, make sure that, yes, it's not bringing any value, and turn it off.
Yeah, good advice. What other questions have we got? We seem to have one from Stefan Kramer. I don't know if Leo can find that one. Thank you. Hi, Sabrina. If concatenation and minification doesn't help with HTTP2, why do caching plugins still use it, and does it even succeed?
That's related to the previous one. Yeah, so caching plugins still have this option where you can tick the box and combine CSS and JavaScript, right? But in some cases, it does work. For example, some servers still use HTTP1. That's the first reason, right? The second reason is that depending on the number of the requests that you're making and the order that you're having on your website, basically the plugins and the themes that you are using and the order that they are served, in some cases, this might be something that will help you to speed up your websites. In most cases, no. But I think soon this checkbox won't be at some main screen for caching plugins because it doesn't make any sense. Like we saw few options that were there in caching plugins before, but they just went away because they're not relevant anymore. I think that this will happen with concatenating scripts and JavaScript files.
Okay. We've got another one from Farhan Ayub. Hopefully that one's got into the chat as well. Do you want to? Can you see that one, Wendy?
Yeah. Hi, Sabrina. I have a question. If my site code is fine, but I am experiencing a very low server response time, in that case, what's the solution?
It's super rare case. It refers to the last point that I made about your hosting provider. So, usually when you develop something and it's kind of your child and stuff, you don't want to think that this might be the source of the problems. You want to think that it's someone else who is a bad guy, right? That is hosting provider. But sometimes it really happens. Actually, just now, I'm working on someone's website. They are WordPress themes developers, and they asked me to see why their newly created theme is slow. And it's super rare case, but it just happened to me, though, despite of my talk, it just happened to me that their theme is it's fine, absolutely, but their host is really slow. So what you can do here, how to check that your host is slow and the problem is in your host. Just start with simple things, like try to test the speed of some static file on your website first. For example, some image or robots.txt if it's actual file on your server, not generated by WordPress. See how fast it loads. Also, I think Sucuri has service where you can run the test from different locations and to see how fast the time to first byte across different locations across the globe. Try and see what's happening there. This will give you the first insight. And then maybe if the problem happens to static files, if a problem, for example, there is long waiting time there, if the problem happens to newly created WordPress website, fresh install, probably you should ask your host what's going on there.
We have a follow-up question from Farhan's question from Tim, and he's saying, would you use the P3 Performance Profiler plugin or something else to work out which functions are taking all the time before the page starts to load? So a very specific question there.
I haven't checked this plugin actually for quite a while. I can remember it was working fine 4 years ago or something, but the last time I checked it 2 years ago, I think, it didn't work as it used to before. I don't know if author updated it after. I don't know. Now I'm using Query Monitor to see what's going on there. It's pretty straightforward. You just open Query Monitor and see all the bottlenecks, see what's happening. Yeah, that's my to-go tool.
Finally, I think a few comments towards the end, not a question as such, but a few comments. For example, it sums up Maya Benker's comment. She just says she thought the talk was so cool, and she says she'll definitely check out your plugin. So a nice segue from that would be if they wanted to check out your plugin, aside from mentioning the name of it again, where can they find it? Where can they find you? Twitter handle, email, whatever works.
So my plugin doesn't make your website faster. It monitors your site speed, right? And it's free. It uses PageSpeed Insights API, and you can find it at WordPress.org repo. It's called SpeedGuard. And I can be found everywhere by my name, Sabrina Zeidan. It's Twitter handle Sabrina_Zeidan, or on Facebook, Sabrina Zeidan. Yeah. And my website, sabrinazeidan.com.
Thank you very much. We've got a couple more questions. I don't know if time allows. Perhaps somebody could just alert me in the background as to whether we're running out of time or whether it's possible to answer those. What do we think? Yeah, okay. I've just had a confirmation in my ear. So shall we put the first one up from Farhan again? Go, Wendy.
Yeah, I think this is what we just discussed. This looks like the same question. I have a question. If my site code is fine, but I'm experiencing a very low server response time, in that case, what's the solution? It's what you exampled with the theme site.
Yes, test a static file, find out if it's really your host. If it's really your host, ask them what's going on there. Yeah.
Okay, and perhaps finally, we've got one from Johnny Albert. Any suggestions or thoughts on database optimization for very large websites, 1 million rows in post table and post meta table? That's huge.
Yeah, it's kind of a tricky one when the database is huge. I can't give any specific recommendations, like in general, because it's important how requests are made. Are those read requests or they are write requests? So if people just come in to see that post meta and post tables, it's one thing. If they do something with it, change it frequently, it's another story. Probably you should better see how resources are consumed by different actions from users and make a decision based on that.
Okay, yeah, I would imagine that we're probably running short of time now. If there were any questions that were unanswered, apologies for that. As Sabrina said, you can contact her in the methods that she mentioned. So I guess maybe we'll just say a great big thank you to Sabrina for making the effort coming on today. I really appreciate it. It's a fascinating event and great to have you as part of it. And I'll hand over to Wendy to finish us off.
Yes, thank you, Sabrina. It's such an interesting topic to listen to and so much more to explore, at least for me. So thank you very much for this inspirational talk. And also our thanks to our sponsors on the global stage, Fused and GoDaddy Pro, and our continent sponsors, PostStatus and Elementor. Our subcontinent sponsor, 20i, Yoast, and our multilingual partner, Weglot. Please be sure to visit their tents and chat with them. You might even win some prizes. Also, thank you to our media partners and our micro-sponsors. You all make big orange hearts full. We'll see you in the next talk.
Thank you very much.
Thanks very much. Bye.
Bye-bye.
This year has already been long enough. 2021, that is. Let's not even get started about 2020. You've got enough to worry about with your business. Worry about one less thing this year. Your website hosting. Fused.com offers great support, performance, and uptime. Really, give them a try today.
Hello, I'm Adam from GoDaddy Pro. We're thrilled to be a global sponsor of WordFest Live. It's a 24-hour worldwide celebration bringing the entire community together for an epic virtual event. The GoDaddy Pro team will be on hand to answer your questions on topics ranging from security to content strategy to everything WordPress. Keep following us to learn more about what they have in store. Plus, we'll be spinning the wheel and giving out prizes. It all happens on Friday, January 22nd.
This year has already been long enough. 2021, that is. Let's not even get started about 2020. You've got enough to worry about with your business. Worry about one less thing this year. Your website hosting. Fused.com offers great support, performance, and uptime. Really, give them a try today.
Hello, I'm Adam from GoDaddy Pro. We're thrilled to be a global sponsor of WordFest Live. It's a 24-hour worldwide celebration bringing the entire community together for an epic virtual event. The GoDaddy Pro team will be on hand to answer your questions on topics ranging from security to content strategy to everything WordPress. Keep following us to learn more about what they have in store. Plus, we'll be spinning the wheel and giving out prizes. It all happens on Friday, January 22nd.
Yes, hello Nathan. It looks like we're back. And are you ready for the next speaker?
I am.
So am I. Here to present, so how do I know if my WordPress website is accessible, is Graham Armfield. Graham is a web accessibility consultant with his own company, Coolfield Consulting. He works with organizations to help them improve the accessibility of their website, testing the websites for accessibility, and advising the designers and developers on how to fix issues found. He has written detailed training courses on accessibility for developers, which he presents on a regular basis.
He's also a WordPress developer and has built many accessible WordPress websites for clients, both large and small. He's contributed to the Make WordPress Accessible team and has spoken on accessibility to many WordCamps and other WordPress meetups. Graham will join us for a live Q&A session immediately after the session video. So please post any questions that you might have or comments in the chat.
Hey there, my name's Brian Krogsgaard from Post Status. If you're having a great time today, you're going to have an awesome time in the Post Status Club year-round. Go to poststatus.com/club to check out all the amazing features and resources and join our community with hundreds of other WordPress professionals. Plus, we'll send you the best insights in the ecosystem every single week, plus a lot more. All you got to do is go to poststatus.com/club to check it out. Have a good one.
Hi everybody, my name's Graham Armfield from Coolfield Consulting and my presentation is called So How Do I Know If My WordPress Website Is Accessible? It's a presentation I've delivered a few times before, but I've recently updated it, so you're going to get a new version. Before I start, a bit about me. I'm a web accessibility consultant, and what that means, my day job is working with organizations to help them improve the accessibility of their digital offerings, whether it's websites or apps. I do accessibility testing and work with designers and developers to improve situation. I also run a lot of training courses with another company for web developers. I am actually a web developer and I've built many accessible websites using WordPress over the years. So here we go. That's a bit about me. Before I actually start on the main material, I'm going to talk a bit about why accessibility is important. I'm sure most of you will understand this anyway, but actually the aim with websites is to make them as accessible as possible, because if you have a website that's selling products or services, it's important that you can sell to as many people as possible. And something like 20 to 25% of the population may have different access needs when it comes to websites. This could be caused by conditions like blindness or poor vision, color blindness, dyslexia, ADHD, autism, deafness, people who are hard of hearing, or people who are like my parents who are just getting old. And it's important, you know, whilst having a very, very accessible website is great, even just small improvements can make a difference to everybody. This photograph here, you may wonder why I'm showing you that. It's the hill up from the northern end of the Millennium Bridge in London that leads up to St Paul's Cathedral that you can see up there in the distance. And it's effectively a long hill, and it's a staircase most of the way. But when they built it, they've put this ramp that you can see there as well. And I'm sure that the people who designed this figured that would be used by people who are using wheelchairs, or people who are using buggies as well. But in fact, if you stand here, as I did on this rather damp day a couple of years ago, you can see that actually most people who walk up this hill or down this hill will actually use the ramp in preference to using the stairs. And it illustrates how accessible features that you can add into your websites can actually help everyone rather than people that they were aimed at. So what I'm going to cover. I'm familiar. I've been in accessibility for about 20 years now. I'm familiar with the Web Content Accessibility Guidelines, known as WCAG for short. We're currently on version 2.1, and these are a good resource for web accessibility, but there's a lot of material there. And if you're not familiar with the territory, they can be quite hard to interpret. It's worth having a look at, but you know, they can be a bit impenetrable really. So how about if you had a simple yes/no checklist, things that you could easily check on your own website with some free tools? And that's what this presentation's all about. In the half an hour that's available to me, though, I can only cover some common accessibility issues. I haven't got time to cover everything, so I've pulled out some common and some significant accessibility issues that I've found in websites over the years. But if you can answer all the questions successfully, then your website is going to be a lot more accessible than many websites out there. So let's get started. First few questions I'm going to talk about are to do with keyboard interaction. This is a very important aspect of accessibility because some people can't use a mouse or a trackpad touch commands, perhaps because they've got some kind of motor impairment with their upper limbs. So they might actually have to rely on keyboards to actually use their machines, including browsing websites. Also, people who use screen readers, and that's typically blind people, but not exclusively blind people. If I'm using a screen reader on a desktop or a laptop machine, then I'm also going to be using keystrokes to actually issue commands to the screen reader all the time. So it's important that you get the keyboard accessibility right. So the first couple of questions, and as it says there, you need to answer yes to both of these. Can I easily see where keyboard focus is? And the second one, can I easily access all parts of the site using the keyboard only? That one's about navigation between your pages. But the first one, can I easily see where keyboard focus is? If I'm a sighted keyboard user, I'm going to be using the tab key a lot to move around within a page, to links and buttons within the page that enable me to visit somewhere else or do some kind of functionality. It's really important that I can easily see where keyboard focus currently is. In many websites, that's just not the case. The second one, yeah, I've mentioned it's about navigation. I want to be able to access all parts of the site if I'm a keyboard user. And sadly, on a lot of websites, the navigation doesn't always cater for keyboard users. So we'll have a look at a couple of examples of these now. So gov.uk is a very famous site in the UK, a wealth of information about things to do with government and tax and driving licenses, passports, etc., etc. One of the great things about it is it has very good keyboard focus indication. So here I've come to the top of the page and I've tabbed around a bit and I'm now at this link here, the one that's got a yellow background. All the focus indication on this site is very obvious, which sighted keyboard users will really thank them for. Okay, so that's an example of a very good focus indication. Here's another website, and it's a company that I do a lot of work with, Hassle Inclusion. There's good, clear keyboard focus everywhere on this site. Also, the navigation is fully accessible as well. I've got these sub-menus that pop out of here, indicated with the arrows here, and these are fully keyboard accessible as well. So keyboard users can get to everywhere in the site. A website that doesn't get it right, it's not admittedly a WordPress site, but here, the Odeon Cinemas site. If I hover over this link here, what's on, I get this panel pops out, and it's got a search facility and lots of links to take me to the various films and what have you and everything. That's great, so I can get around the site quite easily. However, if I tab to that link instead, I don't get to see that panel, and so I haven't got access to the search facility there and these various links and what have you. Okay, so this is not a good experience for keyboard users. Next couple of questions. Does the keyboard tab order make sense? And can I easily access all functionality with the keyboard only? The first one there, keyboard tab order. The browser sets the tab order when it loads the page, and ideally it should follow the content order. And if you have the tab order jumping up and down with a page, it can get really confusing for people to use. Once again, you're going to be testing this with using the tab key. The second one there, question 4, can I easily access all functionality with a keyboard only? This is not talking about navigation, it's talking about interactivity in your pages, and it's, you know, things like modal windows, etc. So let's see an example of that now. This is a WordPress site that uses a Lightbox plugin. And if you're not familiar with what that is, I've got these small versions of the images here. If I click on the image or tab to it, press the enter key, it actually shows me a full-size version of the image like this in an overlay above the underlying page. The problem here with this particular plugin is that keyboard focus actually stays on the page below. So now keyboard users are going to struggle to get to these buttons at the bottom, which show me previous, the next image in the series, or close the image completely. I just can't get there if I'm a keyboard user. So that's a real problem. Also, on the Jetpack website, mostly this website's pretty good from an accessibility perspective. However, it's got this language selector here, and if I tab to that, press the enter key, it opens the language selector. But once again, keyboard focus is still on the underlying screen, and so sighted keyboard users will actually struggle to actually select different languages on this site. So that's not a good thing. Okay, moving away from keyboard interaction, let's talk about links. First one here, and you need to answer yes to this one. Are your links obviously links? Now, it's a convention from the dawn of the web that links would be marked with underlines. However, this particular WordPress theme actually chooses not to do that. It's taken the underlines away from all the links. And you can see this paragraph of text on the left here about Exeter has lots of links in it. They're marked with green text. How much easier is it to see these links when I've reverted the underlines back on again? Because users who are colorblind or have poor vision will struggle to see the links on the left hand side because the green text is quite similar to the grey text. Okay, so things to avoid there. The next one on links. Do all your links provide enough information to state where they lead to? Here we're looking at issues for screen reader users, typically blind people, as I said before. So here I've got a WordPress site. It's about a plugin that's available. I've got a link here that says click here, that's to find out more. I've got another link that says click here, that's to read the terms and conditions. Now, I'm not getting a problem on the verb here because obviously not everyone's clicking. They might be touching or keyboard tabbing to it. The problem is for screen reader users is that often screen reader users will use functionality like this, which is a list of all the links on the page that they can have a look at. And this is using the NVDA screen reader, which is available for Windows. And it's got those 2 links there. Now, they take me to 2 different places, but there's nothing obvious in the link text to tell me where they're going to take me. And the reason why that's important here is because I can use this box here to actually follow the links from here rather than going back to the underlying page. Okay, so that's quite easy to fix, really. Quite easy to test, quite easy to fix. You can change the content to say something like find out how we update the plugin and terms and conditions. So now when I'm using a screen reader and I get the list of links up, it's much more obvious what these links are for. So it's a lot easier for the ones on the right hand side for a screen reader user. Okay, we want to avoid this. Lots of click here's and read more's all over your pages. Let's talk a bit about images and video. The next question, do all your images have appropriate alternate text? And you can test this quite easily using a browser extension called Wave, which will show you what the alternate text is for all the images. This is important for screen reader users who may be blind, because they all know that there's an image there potentially, but they'll want to know what the image means. Okay, so when you're setting your alternate text in the classic editor, you'd use this box here. And it's a good idea, even if you're supplying a caption, to actually set the alternate text as well. And this is what it looks like using the Gutenberg editor as well. Same sort of thing. You're helping screen reader users here. If you've got images that are links, and often on your blog index page you will do that, your WordPress theme might actually make these images that are here on the blog index page actually a link to the blog post. And this is a WordPress theme that I've used for my own music website, and the WordPress theme does that for me automatically. It actually puts the link destination as the alternate text for this image, rather than it saying me playing the guitar, which is much more useful. And you can see here that I've got the underlying code, I've got this link here, and the only thing in that link is this image. And the alternate text in this case then becomes the link text for that image. So that's good. Now, not all themes do that, sadly. This particular theme doesn't do it. So here I've got a list of links in my screen reader, and this is the featured image for this particular blog post, which is called IST Southern Area. And that's the blog post. That's a link to the blog post, but this is also a link to the same blog post, but the alternate text is koala bear. That's not great alternate text because it's actually not really about koala bears. It's just I happened to choose this image as the featured image for that blog post. The next one's around videos. Question 8, do all your videos have captions? This is me doing this very presentation some time ago, and as a video of it on YouTube, and I've made sure that all the captions were correct. Obviously, captions are important for people who are deaf or hard of hearing, but actually many other people use captions when watching videos as well, perhaps in a noisy environment. The next section is a group of things around signposting your content, and primarily here we're helping screen reader users. So the next question, are your page titles unique and meaningful? And obviously you need to answer yes to this. Generally, this is, taken care of for you with WordPress themes. Here I've got the page title is what's shown in the browser tab at the top here, and typically it will be whatever the page title is set to in your WordPress editor. And so that's great. Why this is important is the title element is set here. When a screen reader user arrives at a page for the first time, the very first thing that gets read out to them is the page title. So it helps them to know that they're in the right place. And you can test that by checking the browser tabs here at the top here. The next one, do your pages use appropriate headings and subheadings? Once again, quite important for screen reader users. Okay, You can test this using a browser extension called Wave. And here I've got heading level 1, because Wave also shows you the heading levels here, the top level heading and second level headings here. Okay. And this is a good thing that you actually are using headings properly. The reason it's a good thing for screen reader users is because, once again, in NVDA, you can use this elements list here, which actually will show you a list of the headings on a page. So if I can find a heading that I'm interested in, I can quickly jump to that heading and it will move me to that section of the page. The key thing to note is that NVDA exposes the heading hierarchy, whether I'm seeing it here or hearing it announced to me. And so it will help me build up the picture of how the page is structured. So it's important you try and get your heading hierarchy as accurate as possible. Another way that screen reader users can move around pages is using landmarks. So what are landmarks, I might hear you say? Well, landmarks are predefined areas within pages. For example, the banner, navigation, main content, footer, a sidebar if you've got one. And screen reader users can jump around a page to these various sections. Okay, well, how do you use those? Well, in fact, most WordPress themes now are using HTML5 sectional elements, and it's what they're for. They actually provide landmarks for screen reader users. That's why they're there. They're an accessibility feature. So I've got header, nav, main, footer, and a side, and these equate to landmarks. But how do you test that, I can hear you ask? Well, there's a browser extension for that too. Okay, landmark navigation via keyboard or pop-up. It's available in Chrome and Firefox, and it will show you all the landmarks on a page, which is useful to know. So you can test your own pages quickly. And there's a key problem with this WordPress theme though. It doesn't show the main landmark on any pages or posts. And that's probably the most important one in every page, is the main landmark. It's where the main content is, but it's not here. Okay, moving away from signposting your content, let's talk about some text formatting. This question: can I resize text in a page without it breaking the layout? This still happens on quite a lot of websites. It's important for people with poor vision who might want things to be bigger. Okay, an example of where it isn't right, not a WordPress website, this one, and it's quite old. It's a list of links in a box, and this is what it looks like when I make the text bigger. The links have spilled out because they take up more space. They've spilled outside the box and have started spilling over other bits on the page. It's important to realize that text resizing and zooming are not the same thing. They are both features that all browsers offer, and people use them in different ways. Typically, we're talking about people with poor vision here who want things to be bigger. Some people will zoom, some people will text resize. You need to test this with your own websites here to make sure that it doesn't break in this way. Here's some more examples that I found fairly recently. So lots of clashing going on there, and some truncation where it's getting to the point where it's difficult to read some of this stuff when I've made the text bigger. The next one I'm going to talk about is formatting text fully justified. Okay, so here's a paragraph of text about Exeter that's left aligned. This is what it looks like when it's fully justified. What the browser is doing is it's stretching the gaps between the words, and this creates a little bit of a cognitive load for everybody. And what I've indicated here is an effect that you can get called the rivers of white space, which, if you're dyslexic, you might recognize this term, because fully justified text can make life very difficult for some dyslexics. I have a friend who's significantly dyslexic. She would just not be able to read that text on the right hand side because the white space would just take over. It's around 8 to 10% of the population have some form of dyslexia, so that's a lot of people. Okay, looking at user input, form fields. It's important that all your form fields have an accompanying label. Now that's important for screen reader users because the label tells them what the input field is about. And it's important that the label is programmatically linked to the input fields so that the screen reader reads out the right text to the user when they arrive at an input field. And here I've tested this with the Wave browser extension, and it gives me these green icons on this form here where the labels are correctly assigned with the input fields. However, that's not always the case. And here I've used the Contact Form 7 plugin on a website just to try it out. And this is with the default settings. And unfortunately, the labels are not properly linked to the input fields. So this will make life very tough for screen reader users. So you can test that with Wave. Okay, moving on to the last section and the last question around color contrast. This is not a picture of my mother, but I have seen her complaining about websites where it's impossible to make stuff out because the color contrast is not clear enough. And here's a WordPress website where, unfortunately, they've chosen branding colors that provide a lot of color contrast problems right across the site. And I'm using a tool here called the Color Contrast Analyzer. I'll show you the link for that in a moment. And you can choose the foreground and the background color, and it will tell you immediately whether there is sufficient color contrast to an algorithm that the WCAG guidelines specify. And in this case, there's very little actually that meets the requirement. You can use that tool to test your pages. Or you can use this other browser extension called Axe. It's available for Chrome and Firefox, and it will actually show you quite a few accessibility problems, including color contrast issues. And the problem here is the green text has insufficient contrast against the white background. Okay, that is all the questions, 15 questions. And here's some useful resources. The first one is a link to that color contrast tool that I just talked about. It's available for Macs as well as Windows machines. And then I've got the two browser extensions. Wave is available for Chrome and Firefox. Axe is available for Chrome, Firefox and Edge. That's the new Microsoft Edge. I expect the Wave tool will be available for Edge before too long. Okay, a couple of other useful links. I've written lots of blog posts about accessibility, not surprisingly, and here's one from 10 years ago about writing good alternate text for your images. Even though it's 10 years old, the stuff in this blog post is still very relevant. Okay, so you might want to have a look at that. I've also written a few blog posts around doing form fields correctly. There's a few on there, so you can follow that and it will show you a list of those ones there as well. And there we go. That is my presentation on how do I know if my WordPress website is accessible.
This year has already been long enough. 2021, that is. Let's not even get started about 2020. You've got enough to worry about with your business. Worry about one less thing this year. Your website hosting. Fused.com offers great support, performance, and uptime. Really, give them a try today.
Hello, I'm Adam from GoDaddy Pro. We're thrilled to be a global sponsor of WordFest Live. It's a 24-hour worldwide celebration bringing the entire community together for an epic virtual event. The GoDaddy Pro team will be on hand to answer your questions on topics ranging from security to content strategy to everything WordPress. Keep following us to learn more about what they have in store. Plus, we'll be spinning the wheel and giving out prizes. It all happens on Friday, January 22nd.
Hello. Hi there, Graham. Nice to
Hi.
nice to meet you. That was a fabulous talk.
Thank you. I appreciate that.
I always enjoy it when I get schooled.
So much information. Hi, Graham.
Hi,
It was
how are you
awesome.
doing?
Yeah.
I loved it.
Yeah.
It was just one of those cases where I was confronted by my own ignorance. There was just so much new stuff for me in there. And in the comments, there's a few nice comments about the talk being great and very useful. We'll try to field a couple of those questions in a moment. Wendy, do you have any questions off the bat first, though?
I've seen Graham before, and I've seen talks of Graham before, so I've been aware of the accessibility issues a lot of people are having, and the biggest issue I have is convincing my customers, my clients who I build websites for, that this is actually important. So any tips on that would be like great.
That's a really, really good question. Actually, it's a lot of when people do ask me why it's important. One of the negative reasons, of course, is around making sure you don't get sued. I mean, there's been a lot of legal action in the US, especially on accessibility. Domino's Pizza was a famous one from about a year ago. I like to think of it a much more positive way of thinking about it. As I mentioned briefly in the presentation, if you add up all the people who I've talked about, people who are blind, who have poor vision, who are hard of hearing, who are deaf, who have motor impairments, people who are getting old, it adds up. That's the figure of about 20 to 25% of the population. And so, if, as I said in the presentation, if you're building a website for yourself to advertise your own products or services, or a website for a client to sell their products and services, and your website is not accessible, then you're going to be shutting out quite a lot of people. And if people, say, for example, someone who's blind or someone who is using a keyboard only can't use your site, they're just going to probably leave and go to your competitor's site instead. So that's the key thing. And if you know what you're doing, it doesn't really take any longer to build an accessible website than an inaccessible one. That's not to say that there aren't a few extra learning steps you go through, but if like CSS, your next version of CSS came out or whatever like that, developers would be spending time on learning that. The things like creating captions for videos, that can be a little bit of a time-consuming thing. But in terms of like all the stuff that I've talked about there, all the markup things, it actually doesn't really take any longer to build an accessible an accessible website than an inaccessible website, really. Yeah,
you were mentioning earlier about, well, just now, in fact, about the legislation around all of this, and I was you mentioned Domino's Pizza and how they fell foul and all that, and I was wondering what the state of play is. Maybe if we just took the UK as the example, what are the sort of pitfalls or the legal ramifications should you put out a website that didn't meet the 15 questions that you just ran us through?
Yes. Well, in the UK, it's the Equalities Act, which is the legislation that covers it here. It doesn't specify exactly what it is that you have to do. It does talk about, you have to make a reasonable attempt. And most people, I mean, I've done a lot of accessibility testing for organizations, both in the UK and in other territories as well. Most people follow the WCAG 2.1 AA guidelines. It's a bit more than 15 questions. That's boiled down into sort of like the sort of key things that most important things perhaps to talk about. But there is that's the thing pretty much that everyone goes with. If you can satisfy WCAG 2.1 AA, then your website is going to be up there in the top, probably more 5% or even less percentage of websites in terms of accessibility. That's a good target that most people will aim for. That's when I'm doing accessibility testing, that's invariably what I'm testing against.
And are there sort of like badges or credentials that you can achieve? So for example, in your case, when you've tested a website and you found it to have the green ticks, it's passed everything. They've done the due diligence and it is in inverted commas, accessible. Can you display something? Is there some way of sort of demonstrating to your clients, perhaps, that, look, this is something worth achieving, you can demonstrate it, and thereby perhaps gain some more traffic as a result?
There isn't really, and there used to be a few sort of badges that you could put on your website, but I mean, people could just put them there without even it meaning anything really. I think one of the key things though is that word of mouth is quite, and also sort of like, you know, word of mouth via the internet is quite an important thing. And there have been studies done, and that if, for example, there was a study in the States done a few years ago that that family and friends of people who have disabilities will also take against websites that don't satisfy their needs. So if I had a condition, an impairment that meant I couldn't use a particular website, then often other people who I told would also then take against that as well. So there aren't really any badges that I would say. It's just more about, you know, word of mouth really.
Yeah, doing the right thing.
Yeah.
The other query that I've got was more based around the international nature of the internet and whether or not stipulations in the UK. I imagine these are broadly the same because of the legislation. Well, not legislation, the guidelines that you mentioned. But do you need to be mindful if you're building a site that is cross-border? Let's say it's, you know, for a fact that it's going to be viewed significantly in, I don't know, Argentina and the US and the UK and Australia and India and all of these places. Do you need? Is there more work to be done in that sense, or is it just the same work and that will, ripple out across, and the guidelines are broadly the same wherever you are?
I mean, the WCAG guidelines are internationally recognised. Across, you know, and so really, if you follow the ideas there and the questions that I've been asking as part of this presentation, then you are going to satisfy accessibility needs across the world. One other one, if you're talking about internationalization, and especially if your site is available in different languages, then there's something I didn't mention, was that there are ways to indicate in the markup where you've got what language you're using, because that's important for software like screen readers, because it's important that when they voice to you what they found on a page, that they actually use the correct accents, and also there are language packs for all the the more the widely known screen readers and stuff like that. But yeah, effectively it's the same set of criteria really, where around the world. I'd say if you can satisfy, yes, certainly the 15 questions I asked in this presentation, then you're getting a long way down the road compared to a lot of websites.
I have one more question, Wendy, if that's
go
right.
ahead.
Yep. The question was really, you've made this a part of your career.
Yeah.
And I was interested in that aspect of it, whether or not this was a significant proportion of your work, just really trying to work out whether this could be a career for somebody else who's really interested in this, or is it just a little bit which you add on, when you're selling a website? Do you then say, look, and for this box to be ticked, we can do this additional work. Would you like that? Or is it just what you mainly do?
It's what I do all the time now. I have been self-employed for just over 11 years. I set up Coolfields Consulting once I left. I worked for a large financial in the UK, and I got into accessibility with that large financial organization around the turn of the century. And I always wanted to do it because I'm a bit of an idealist. I think the internet is for everybody, really. That's why it's there. And if it doesn't take much to make small differences that you can do in your markup can make a hell of a difference for people. And initially, it was hard to get the accessibility gigs all the time. That's partly how I got into WordPress, because I decided that I was a developer, I could build websites, and just as a matter of course, I made them accessible anyway. But then I got my name out there, and I started getting a lot more accessibility gigs once I built a few sites that I could demonstrate were accessible. And now it's all I do, basically. I do the odd bit of development from time to time in WordPress. I do still have some clients who use me for that. but they come to me because they know I can do the accessibility stuff in WordPress. And yeah, it's all I do now. In terms of whether it's worth getting into, I would certainly say yes. I mean, I'm a very small organization, Coolfields Consulting. It's myself and my wife, basically, but I do work with other organizations as well. And we're always looking out for people who have either the idea that they want to get into it or have some knowledge, for training and for working with clients. There's a lot more interest in it now from like corporations and organizations in the UK and around the world. I'm dealing with global organizations a lot, often through this other company that I do a lot of work with, and I'd say we've got an absolute stack of work, really. So I think it's a good career to get into. There are thousands and thousands of web developers out there in the UK, probably, maybe around the world it's probably millions, I guess. In some ways, if you're an accessibility specialist, it's easier to shine because there aren't so many of those. And if you can learn the stuff, and you can easily make a name for yourself, I'd say, really. So it's a good career to get into, definitely.
Yeah, thank you.
I don't think it's going to go away.
Thinking about switching, Nathan?
I'm just always fascinated. Graham, it was interesting because the last talk we had with Sabrina was very similar. She was talking about site speed, and it's just a little corridor that you can go down and become the expert over there. And in the same way, you can become the expert over here. And it's just fascinating that the community is big enough to cope with all of those different corridors. We've got some questions, I think, which maybe Leo could post in any order, one at a time, and we'll just.
I have one from Johnny Albert. Well, it's not a question; it's more a remark. Interesting. I just noticed the site I am building works great with tab keyboard focus, but it doesn't trigger the drop downs on the primary menu. It's pure CSS, no JS. Just added it to my hit list to snag. Thank you, Focus, not just Hoover.
Yeah, Johnny, thank you for that question, and I hope you're well. I haven't seen you for a while. Oh,
you know Johnny?
I do know him, actually. Yeah, I've met him at a few WordCamps in the UK over the years. A great guy. Cool. And it's in drop-down menus, like sub-menus within your primary navigation. It's an interesting one. I'm not certain, I'm afraid, Johnny, that it's possible to do fully accessible sub-menus just using CSS. That might be different now. I know there's a new focus within is potentially, but it's not. I don't know how wide support on that is, because it's important. Primarily it's keyboard users who struggle here, and also people using screen readers. In that, if your drop-down menus don't open as for keyboard users, then a whole load of people are effectively. Life's a lot harder to try and find all the pages on your site. So we can talk about that, but I don't think you can do it just with CSS. I think you do need a bit of JavaScript, nothing complex there, but just to make sure that you're showing all the sub-menus and that they actually then become keyboard accessible.
Thank you. Great answer. We've got another question from Risto. It says, do we need to build sites from scratch to get all of this right? Or is the popular drag and drop page builders, how are they doing? Are they doing okay?
Okay, Risto, that's a great question as well. I have to admit that I've had very little experience with page builders over the years. When I've built WordPress sites myself, I've always started from scratch with themes. Even with the sort of the best one in the world, there are very few accessible WordPress themes these days, and so I've got my own starter theme or collection, really, that I use as a starter for all the sites that I'm building. If you're building a site from scratch, it's a lot easier to actually build accessibility into it from the word go. Sometimes it can be a lot harder and sometimes almost impossible to retrofit accessibility onto an inaccessible WordPress theme. So I can't answer the question about page builders there, sadly, but many developers that I've come across have their own starter themes, whether it's like underscores or their one based on something like underscores that over the years that many people have used. and pull together one that's an accessible version of that, and that's probably a good starter. But yeah, sorry, I don't know much about page builders really.
Okay.
Something that I should probably have a look at, and there's a few potential blog posts in there as well, I'm sure.
Thank you. We've got one final one from Maya Benker. I don't know if can you see that one?
I am not seeing that one.
Right at the bottom. Shall I read it out? It says, not so much a question, more of a commentary. It says, Mac and other Apple stuff has VoiceOver as a screen reader integrated. You can activate it under settings, accessibility. I did not know that. So there you go. I've learned something.
Yes, Apple have done quite a lot over the years to, for accessibility, and especially on iOS devices, VoiceOver is a very, very good screen reader. And I've known many people who are blind over the years who actually all have iPhones, because the accessibility settings and especially VoiceOver are just phenomenal tools that are there. And the great thing about them is that they're all there as part of the operating system. I'm on a Windows machine here, and I have a couple of screen readers that I've downloaded, and that's not a problem. I can download them, but with iOS and Apple and Mac stuff, it's all there for you to use, just without actually having to install other stuff as well.
Yeah.
And when I'm testing websites for accessibility, I do use VoiceOver on an iPhone. It's a good way of finding potential accessibility issues. Yeah, definitely.
Thank you. We've just been alerted to the fact, well, I have at least anyway, that there's a questions tab on the side of the chat, which I genuinely hadn't seen until this exact moment. So enormous apologies. I feel that on this particular session, we've let you down with that, because I literally didn't know it existed. So sincere apologies. Going forwards, I have now seen it. I will alert Graham to the fact that it's there. I don't know if you can see, Graham, on the live chat. There's a questions section right at the top.
I haven't got that open at the moment, I must admit, because I'm looking at StreamYard.
It toggles from left to right, and I enormous apologies to everybody who's put a question in there. We've got Ken, James, Johnny, Alberto, so many questions, and I've completely missed them all. Entirely my fault. Sorry about that. We'll do better next time. I think we're going to have to go, because our strict deadline is 2 minutes from now. So I would just like to say thank you so much for joining us today. Yeah, thank you, Graham. It's been an absolute pleasure. I learned a bunch. You got any final comments?
It was. No, I just want to say thank you, Graham.
Yeah.
Well, thank you, Wendy and Nathan.
Yeah, thank you very much. In which case, I got a little message just before we finish. We'd like to express our thanks to our sponsors on the global stage, Fused and GoDaddy Pro, and our continent sponsors, PostStatus and Elementor, our subcontinent sponsor, 20i, Yoast, and our multilingual partner, Weglot. Please be sure to visit their tents and chat with them. You might even win some prizes. Also, thank you to our media partners and micro sponsors. You all make our big orange hearts full. This concludes our time in EMEA. Please go to the main gate and then move on to the Asia region. That's not true, is it? I've clearly got pasted from somewhere else. I'll tell you what it does augur, though. We have finished in this particular room, this stage. I think we're moving over to a different stage. Maybe if you go and check out the schedule, you'll know where we'll be next. We'll be starting in about 10 minutes' time. Thank you so much, Graham.
Thank you.
You're welcome. I hope everyone enjoyed it. Cheers. Take care, everyone.
It was great. Bye.
This year has already been long enough. 2021, that is. Let's not even get started about 2020. You've got enough to worry about with your business. Worry about one less thing this year. Your website hosting. Fused.com offers great support, performance, and uptime. Really, give them a try today.
Hello, I'm Adam from GoDaddy Pro. We're thrilled to be a global sponsor of WordFest Live. It's a 24-hour worldwide celebration bringing the entire community together for an epic virtual event. The GoDaddy Pro team will be on hand to answer your questions on topics ranging from security to content strategy to everything WordPress. Keep following us to learn more about what they have in store. Plus, we'll be spinning the wheel and giving out prizes. It all happens on Friday, January 22nd